Alabama, you know,
with the do-rag on
the silky on, bro. You know, you're gonna be here the whole show.
En Moura vamos siempre para adelante, impulsados por la calidad.
Yeah, shout out to Montgomery, you know what I'm saying? Let's bring the claps in for Montgomery, you know what I'm saying? Welcome. You know, we had to turn it up, you know what I'm saying? This week of White Supremacy, what's up? You know, we hype, you know what I'm saying? I'm Jasiri X, I'm co-founder and CEO of One Hood Media. And to my right,
you know, your girl, Big Blessing with the Big Blessing, was tuned into the reparations rumble. And it was there. It was a time.
And you have some accessories.
Oh, yes.
You
Shout
have
out
the Try Me chair.
Earrings from Black Girl Absolute, a.k.a. Jasmine. You can go to blackgirlabsolute.com and it will be on the website. These are like $25 plus shipping and handling. So it's like, make sure you copy a pair. Try me.
That's what's
Try me.
My brother, Treble.
Me.
It's your boy, Treble. Grapping.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's the energy we on.
And apparently love swimming too. Swimming to the scrap. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I'm saying? And my brother.
Swinging in Alabama, injuring heads.
That was a good one.
Get him.
Let's go. Come on. And that is an acronym for what name, sir?
The Supreme Asiatic Intelligently Divine Saeed the Sweeter Man.
Okay.
Come on.
I just really realized I spelled S-A-I-D just now.
Swinging in Alabama, injuring heads. Let's go. Come on.
And you have a special guest sitting beside you. We
actually got the man them cousin in it. Like, you know what I mean? Yo, he came all the way up from Montgomery, Alabama, you know.
With the do-rag on.
With the silky on, bro. You know? He's going to be here the whole show taking questions, signing autographs. You know what I mean? He has to GoFundMe.
Just in case.
Link that just in case.
Yeah.
He protecting us.
Yes.
Because this is This Week in White Supremacy.
Yes.
You know, and white supremacy ran into the
Yes. And, you know, like you said, we had and this was Saturday. This went down Saturday. This went down in Montgomery, Alabama, right? They called it the Montgomery Sweet Tea Party.
The Sweet Tea Party is crazy.
Lift every fist and swing.
Let's go.
Was another one, right? My favorite was Fade in the Water. You know what I'm saying? That was my favorite. Fade in the water. It definitely was a fade in the water.
It was the swing low, sweet chariot.
Yes.
Oh my days.
Yes. And if you missed it, if you are somehow under a rock, or maybe you don't have social media, there was a fight that took place in Montgomery, Alabama, and it did seem like like the new Civil War. I mean, it was kind of wild. But apparently, a white family had a boat that they would not move. That the boat was in a place where the boat wasn't supposed to be. This was on a dock. A black security guard went up to ask them to move the boat. They didn't want to move the boat.
Let me drive the boat.
And apparently, at that point, right? They started to assault the security guard, or they got into some type of formation because security guard threw his hat in the air.
Like it's still up there with Bobby Schmurder's hat.
And apparently that is the signal to rally the black people. From now on, if you ever in a fight, boy, you overmatched, you black, throw that hat in the air. It's like, brother, see that? Oh, it's the hat right there,
man. You know,
and you know it was a wild scene to see because it seemed like white people kind of came out of nowhere, started to jump the security guard, and the next thing you know, black people started forming, materializing. You know what I'm saying? I like the meme, the Avengers meme, where they were like, on your left.
That shit was.
Black people start moving.
Yo. It's just drop, yo.
From land and sea.
Right. The one brother jumped in the water. He starts swimming.
Like Aquaman. That's what they
He
call
starts swimming.
Aquaman.
Yeah, they said, oh, no, hold on.
Aquaman.
Hold on. Here are the names of the young black child. Do we have his name?
He's 16.
Do we know his name?
Oh, my gosh. I want to say it's Alex, but that is not true.
16 years old. And his, Aaron. Aaron is his name. Because his parents issued a statement. They should have put it's on like letterhead. An official statement from Aaron's parents. We hope this message finds you well and filled with joy as we come together to celebrate the remarkable act of compassion and bravery shown by Aaron, our cherished young hero. Yeah, that brother
and Aaron's parents got a real good marriage.
Shout out to Aaron's parents. But these
are a cousin who works in communication.
These are the names that they gave Aaron, the brother that jumped in the water, killing the myth that black people could not swim. Aquaman, Young Jacques Cousteau, Sea Murder.
Wait.
No.
SEA, Sea Murder. Gary Indiana Jones, Johnny Gills, Scuba Gooding Jr., Billy Ocean, JC, Sharkus Garvey, Grandmaster Splash, Michael B. Phelps.
It was that one.
Michael B. Phelps, Sharkus Garvey is mad though.
Oh my God, Sharkus Garvey.
I got tears in my eyes.
Oh Lord, have mercy. So yeah,
my days.
That video went viral, and black people had a time. We had a time.
We had a whole. I mean, it's a holiday now.
Yes.
I seen someone saying that like there's no major holidays in August, but now we got one.
Black August. You know what I'm saying?
Black August.
The actual visual manifestation. So I mean, just general reactions. I mean, I'll start with the miracle. I mean, this.
Oh, I loved it.
Oh yes.
I love. First of all, it was like every 5 minutes a new video was popping up. So you got like a different angle, and you were like, "What is happening?" What I loved it when the boat docked. That was my favorite part.
Yes.
Like, so what people don't realize is it's one of those tourist boats. So it's like hundreds of people on. So they're stuck, and so as soon as the boat docked, not only was it the crew members, it was the passengers. Everybody was like running. And then listen, that old man with the chair.
Hey, yo.
First of all,
Yes.
he was hitting anything that moved.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
you breathe.
Man, woman, child. You get hit with a chair.
He was the equal opportunity just swinging. Like you knew from the ancestors, like they was coming through, and he was just raging people with that chair. It's cracking me up. And then like, you're watching, and then all the historians are like, this port in Montgomery was one of the most used ports during the transatlantic slave trade when people were coming to the United States, and they were docking in the U.S. and moving back and forth from the Caribbean. And this port in Alabama was one of the most used ports. So you have this historical presence of black people like fighting back. As a group with violence, you have people getting knocked off into the water.
Yes,
it was
like I was in the water.
I still am watching different angles. There's like a new 10-minute video that dropped earlier this morning.
Oh wow, I didn't see
and
that
I was
one.
like, oh my gosh.
Yes.
There's people narrating. There's people telling the police, the people to protest. There's people stopping. There's women running down trying to pull other women, all the white women off so the men aren't hitting the white women. It was just automatic, just chaos, community, and I was just there loving it every video. It was just good.
Actually, can you share that the TikTok we were seeing earlier where the woman kind of talks a little bit about the history of that?
Not only was the boat named Harriet, the owner of the patents for folding chairs is a black man.
Come on, man.
Listen,
come on.
All of black history, all of the ancestors went to Montgomery, Alabama.
On August 5th.
Would you even call it poetic, ironic? I don't know what you would call it, but it was a
destiny.
It was a masterpiece.
And black people of all ages jumped in to defend that black security guard.
Absolutely.
It just, art.
Chef's kiss.
Yes.
How did you feel about it? I mean, just seeing that, like, your family came out in a way that, like, we're not sleeping on you no more.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, you're not just relegated to like WWE events. Now you're a part of history.
Yeah, it's a part of history.
How you
Yeah,
feel?
yeah.
I feel you.
Yes.
I'll
I'd be
take
happy
over
too,
the
man.
lawn chair as the favorite black people's chair.
Man, listen.
Your reactions, brother?
Man, I did a video that
Yeah,
like
man.
yo, listen.
Cheered you too.
Man, listen, my Instagram was blowing up all day. I tried to stay off Instagram yesterday just because
Wow.
like every time I logged in, it was like 100 new comments, 100 new likes. I was like, I can't deal with this. But it was, when I seen this, I got it sent to me, Sunday? Because I had seen like the memes online and I didn't know what was happening. And then I got the tweet, and I was like, oh, I seen like 4 angles of these getting done up by these chairs. I was like, yo, this is amazing. This is great. This is a great way to end my weekend. Mashallah, it was great, man.
Trouble?
Bruh, I was happy when I seen it, bro. Like, almost brought tears to my eyes.
Wow.
Like,
Wow.
yeah, facts. Because it's something about seeing black solidarity in action like this. Like, I kind of like violence as a form of justice.
Absolutely.
Kind of
You know
like
what I'm
it.
saying? So it's like to see how many people rallied behind this black man getting jumped by these white people was just like, yes, I loved it.
Yeah, it was.
More than 20 of its 2, 5 and 10-year deals. Ecuador has declared a state of emergency after a gunman shot and killed presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio at a political rally. Former journalist who had been outspoken about alleged links between organised crime and politics. 6 people have been arrested.
Don't go back to your boat now. You know what I'm saying? You want to jump somebody. It was
Junior
all
doctors
good, but
in
it was
England
just a
will
security
walk
guard
out
and a
again
bunch of
today
y'all.
after new
So that
data
was
showed
kind
that
of
waiting
ain't no
times
fun if
for
the homies can't
elective
get
surgery.
The saddest part of the video is the very beginning. There's a white coworker, and you have to pay to go back and rewatch it. It's like a younger kid, and he goes and tries to help the black man because this is his coworker.
Right.
They like punch him in the stomach.
Oh, wow.
He's just out there flailing, like, and it's so sad. But you literally see him like trying, and I think that's when everybody was like, "Oh, this little kid is trying to help him." They're attacking him too.
Yes,
They're going
yes.
to attack everybody, and they're going to actually hurt this man. It wasn't just like if you grew up in the suburbs, you have seen a drunken brawl or two.
Yeah.
And usually it's just like people tumbling around, tussling.
Yes. And then it was like, it wasn't just, it was like the women was jumping in. They was grabbing on the women.
Yeah, man.
Like people came.
These hands was ready to eat for everybody.
And it was like, they picked up, you talking about like people said, of course, around and find out. You found out. Can you play that clip that I sent in about the white riverboat person?
So what you have to do is people went through and they found the people, right?
Yeah, they found
so
the
they
social-
had
yeah,
Facebook. They were on the boat. They were having a
Damn,
time.
I didn't know that.
They were talking about it was a lovely day. It was like a picture perfect day.
Miracle's like Tony
Number
Romo,
one,
like
that is
breaking
why
down
you
the football
never
player.
post pictures until you make it home safely.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because we have now charted their whole entire day.
Oh, wow.
Until Right.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
So it's the girl, she's out with her boyfriend, his family. She's just so happy. And then next thing you know, your boyfriend's dad start fighting. So then you run in. Now you getting jumped on the riverboat.
Yes.
Men will always embarrass you. And that's when you just try to be like, no. But it was like everybody, mom, wife, grandma, the whole family got ran through. And and it's cool, but like y'all fight for each other, you guys stand. But that's like why I could never be in a gang. Because one person does something stupid.
Yes.
Everybody else is just obligated to like run through. So it was the one white man in the khakis that threw the first punch.
Yeah.
And then you got to come down because the uncles and the brothers, and it's like your family just can't get jumped. It's just like, dang.
Again, I don't think you had to. I mean, look, the security, they came.
They called them this.
Oh, that was the chair.
Yes.
But what cracks me up is
look at you working. Look at you working. Oh my.
What cracks me up is when the officer, the Caucasian officer, when he first arrived, he don't know what.
Yeah, he didn't work.
And you're just like,
yeah.
And they're trying. Everybody's trying to yell at the security guards, and the officers like, no. They were being jumped. But it was just like,
yeah.
And then you see the video of everybody being walked to the police car.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and now, we already seen a reenactment of this, which was amazing.
That was great.
We already,
people wasted no time taking to the internet and just doing
the brother who made the shirt
the day of,
like literally, like within 5 minutes of the brawl, he had a T-shirt on. Of course, Luther Vandross was brought back.
That was
a chair, still a chair.
Brilliant.
You know what I'm saying? Oh man, it was amazing. So yeah,
Shirley said, "Listen, bring your chair."
It's rap songs. It's everything going down. So
and the mayor got involved, and like, I'm like
the first black mayor. Apparently, like in Montgomery's history, this is the first black mayor that they've ever had, and so maybe this is a turn. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm like, yeah, people like. Fights were had, mistakes were made. I don't think anyone should be prosecuted out of this reparations rumble. It's like I feel like everybody has learned their lesson. Move. We can like move on.
We hope so.
I don't. No, they dropped felonies today.
Oh, they did.
They dropped felonies today, and like I'm just saying, like, look, it happened. It was a drunken brawl on a Saturday.
Yes,
people lost. Like, there's really no need to drive this into the criminal justice system.
Mm-hmm. I can see the press conference happening right now, and like the police chief would just be like,
"Today's subject, slavery."
Well, it's funny because the mayor, and what's the mayor's name is Mayor Reed. I don't see his first name.
That's a black ass name, Mayor Reed.
Mayor Reed.
That's a black ass name.
He said his quote, "Justice will be served." No, it was served, Mayor Reed.
It was already served.
It was served via a folding chair, Mayor Reed. I mean, we saw justice take place. I don't think the police department needs to do anything else, but he was like, those who choose violent actions will be held accountable. They chose.
Exactly.
It was immediate.
They chose violence towards the security guard.
Found out.
They found
One
out.
of my favorite responses to this was when they dropped "Try This in a Small Town" over the
videos. Yes.
Man, that was perfect.
Yes. Try this in a small town. One of the things you mentioned. And they got it. They got what they wanted. Nicole Hannah-Jones, who wrote the book, The 1619 Project, said, quote, "If you understand the history of Montgomery, one of the most prolific slave trading cities in the U.S., turned brutally repressive apartheid regime after and majority black, but just got its first black mayor, it gives so much more perspective to this video." And one of the other things that they said took place, ironically, is they said the day before, former President
certain ports of entry for these bigger boats because the amount of people
in Montgomery, Alabama, that has this history, right? So who is this black dude to tell you what you can do? You know what I'm saying? So here comes a black security guard. It's like, who is this black dude? He's not an officer. He's just some security guard. You can't tell us what to do. We're going to do what we want to do. And then when the brother, I guess, started to get...
And all the black people said, us too.
But my favorite thing is everybody's like guns down, chairs up.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like idea of like, we need to just like bring back this.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
The funniest one was the guy, he went to work and he has the chair on his hip.
Wow. I like the one where the guy had like all the different chairs. He was like looking at his coworkers to see if anybody said something slick about the video. But I think you make a great point, Miracle. People got beat up. Yes, a couple people probably got headaches. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You probably,
nobody got shot. Nobody got stabbed.
Yeah.
Nothing
lady
was
got
bad.
to ice her head. You got to. It was a folding chair, right? I mean, it wasn't
a steel chair. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't your uncle.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, that would have been a madness. So, now, if was out there catching wreck with the steel chair, right? With the church ones,
right?
Man.
Yeah.
That's why when they were calling it Bloody Saturday, it wasn't.
No one was
bloody.
bleeding.
Come on, man. People got dusted up, and like you said, let's bring that era back. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You got dusted up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go
home afterwards, and then you can even have a conversation after that.
And the mayor, Stephen Reed, is the mayor, and the police chief.
Is the police chief back?
I don't know. There's a major named Saba Coleman. I'm almost guaranteeing
If
major.
I was a betting man, you know,
Major Coleman.
That's safe.
So he said there's 4 active warrants at the time. There's possibility more will follow. But like you said, I think
how
that's
many
what-
people were involved in this?
A lot. But I think that's what made it kind of like we were able to joke about it because it
Yeah.
was
You're
like
not gonna arrest all of them.
it was fist. It wasn't like nobody was harmed. Somebody got thrown in the water. You know, the one white dude jumped in the water.
I'm getting fucked
He
up.
had enough. He was on the edge. Them 3 brothers was coming. Them 3 brothers got out
This-
that boat. They won.
These events
They
inspired
got
Miracle to
busy.
take swimming lessons.
I've been taking swimming. I've been taking swimming lessons, but Aquaman did help me get out the float, so I was even better with my swimming. I was motivated. The spirit of Montgomery came, and I was like, I'm not leaving
Yes.
this pool
Yes.
until I hit
on.
my markers
Come on,
today.
Miracle. That's right.
But I do hope like this could be if Montgomery plays this right, they could like have like a healing circle, like everybody.
I want to go visit. I want to go. I want to go
Let's
take
go.
pictures.
This could be like a whole thing. People came the next day. They found the folding chair.
Took
Oh,
pictures with it, man. It was great.
Oh, the women that
Yeah, they're
took
demanding that the African American
Museum
gets the folding chair and puts it in the archives.
100%.
Like it is so much happening, but I do, and I think that we just need as Black people, we just needed like a laugh or like a win because there were like so many people. This just like brought joy. To and like even personally, people that I know were like beefing, were like bonding over like this video. Like it was just something to break the ice, to laugh, to share the memes, to be like, "Oh my god!" And you know,
Absolutely.
and we were just. It was a very Black weekend. We were unified like all weekend, and it was cool.
But this is definitely like a tourist. I want to go. It's like a tourist opportunity. I want to meet.
We need to
the
bring
people.
offerings there, have libations when you go there. That's sacred ground now.
I want to see like Aaron could be sitting in a chair or the old man in his chair.
He needs to be sitting like Namor did.
So this is
it's like an oral history tour.
They can, they definitely should capitalize on this. This was a message from Aaron, aka Sharkus Garvey. Sharkus Garvey is crazy. He said, "I just want to say thank you to everybody.
We want to thank you
who has been sending me money to help me get new boots. But I promise you that I don't need any more than I already have. Thank you to everyone for the support. The only thing I did was what I was taught to do."
That's right.
That's right. Have your brothers and your people's back.
Am I my brother's keeper?
Yes, I am.
And the Montgomery Bell Fund, they said y'all don't got to give us no more money because everybody knew that man with the chair was going to go to jail.
Oh yeah, no.
The people were paying for his bail fund and his lawyers.
Yes.
They said everybody is going to be good.
Benjamin Crump
Nobody
better be down there, bro. We need the best of the best.
Pro bono work, man.
what I'm
Pro bono.
like. So I'm just hoping like everybody literally gets a little citation and can go about their day. I mean, the Caucasian people as well. I just feel this is like
they've suffered enough.
I feel like yeah. And it was, to me, what's funny was the Caucasian people on the boat were telling everybody to record and send it to the police just so the Black man wouldn't get in trouble. And they're like, you need to record that. You need to make sure. And so it was just this collective community around the security officer because they saw like right. And I mean, they knew it was right when they saw what was wrong. And so I like it, but I know it's like black and white, but it was like everybody like for riding for the security guard. And I loved it.
Yes. Shout out to the security guard. Hopefully he's okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't know this. He probably got to GoFundMe too, huh? Everybody like support everybody. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty dope. And it was a great, summer weekend, man. It will go down in infamy. Is this the blackest incident that has happened so far this year?
Absolutely, without question.
Yes.
For sure. This is I mean, this is going to be hard to top.
Yes, this is going to be hard to top.
The only thing that could be larger than this would be like if we had like a choir of Black people would just sing this. That would be the only thing that could knock that off.
Speaking of Donald Trump, right?
Yes, yeah.
Donald Trump is now
is a champion of felonies.
Up to 78 felonies.
And would you say Sunday? He still gets to sleep in his own bed?
Yes, this was somebody I read this on to just imagine. Somebody said, imagine having 78 felonies and you still get to sleep in your own bed. Like, you get to go home and sleep in your own bed, despite 78 felonies. So the new charges came down around the attempt to actually overturn the election. And to remind you, this 78 is like, we're still waiting for Fannie in Georgia to possibly take that up to over 100. Is there like, we need a poll. We need like a poll where we bet on like how close, what's the number? Like, is it 96? Is it like...
I'm saying he gets triple digits, man.
Georgia?
I'm saying...
It's going to be weird because I'm pretty sure she's going to try to put him in jail.
Oh, as well as she should. You know what I'm saying?
Georgia loves to put people in jail.
If you want to put Young Thug in jail, put Donald Trump in jail as well. You know what I'm saying?
We got Trump speaking about something in 2016 that was just so fascinating to me.
Yes.
Let's play
that video of Trump in 2016 as he was running for president.
That FBI Director Comey and the great special agents of the FBI.
Oh, they was great then,
will be able to collect more than enough evidence to garner indictments against Hillary Clinton and her inner circle.
Oh, will they?
Despite her efforts to disparage them and to
up.
discredit them. If she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis.
Really? Tell us about it.
In that situation, we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictment and ultimately a criminal trial.
Like what's about to happen to you, President Trump.
Is Trump a prophet?
I mean,
but here, like,
but it was like lock it up for Hillary.
Yeah.
But now that you got 78 felonies, it's you're being persecuted.
Right.
78? Like, okay, bro.
You're not like you're not.
Okay. Let's say it was 11. maybe you're being persecuted. 78? Yo, you are a criminal, bro.
Straight
what
up.
in the hell?
And like people are acting like he's carrying some cross.
Language.
Yeah, come on.
No, but like we watched him commit these crimes in real time.
Yes, in real time.
And this is,
and he talked about it.
And this is the problem that I think a lot of people have is we all watched him bully all of these elected officials in real time, make all these calls in real time, and did nothing to stop it. And it was just like, somebody's going to tell him he can't do that, right? Like, somebody's going to be like, hey, bro, that's illegal. No one did. And now it's like a little bit too late. Like, y'all let him do this. You should have told him no. You refused, and you wonder why he's actually shocked that he has to face the consequences of his actions. It's because y'all let him do this.
Well, apparently there was one dissenting voice, Miracle. One dissenting voice that helped us to keep keep
America great.
Keep the status quo of America. Although he almost paid for it. He almost was hung on January 6th. He almost
hung and beheaded
with his own life. But Mike Pence, and it's interesting because
Pence has been leading the charge against Trump right now.
You know, right now, because Trump is running, most of the people running in the GOP with Trump have been like defending Trump still.
Yeah.
Despite felony after felony, it's political, da 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 da. But Mike Pence came out. Mike Pence said today's indictment serves as an important reminder anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States.
Okay.
Then Mike Pence went on the speaking tour.
Yeah.
And Mike Pence, I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Listen, Pence was like, I'm going on a tour right now. You know what I mean? And my prime target is Donald Trump.
Yes. Play what Pence had to say.
Pence was pent up.
Man, he really was. Like, he was on Fox News and everything else bugging.
Clear on that throughout. I was clear with President Trump throughout all the way up to the morning of January 6th. But let's be clear on this point. It wasn't just that they asked for a pause. The president specifically asked me but the American people deserve to know.
That's right.
That President Trump and his advisors didn't just ask me to pause. They asked me to reject votes, return votes, essentially to overturn the election and to keep faith with the oath that I made to the American people and to Almighty God. I rejected that.
Don't bring God
into
this.
I did my duty that day.
Come on, he rejected that. You know what I'm saying? Mike is fine. And then, this is the Pence I was waiting for. One. He snitching.
Snitching.
Wait, no.
Snitching on
Like
you.
he went from the Cody
Is
to
this
the snitch.
Is 6ix9ine? Is it snitching when they conspired against me? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Because just like you said, you were there for all 4 years. You knew what type of man
you
this
benefited.
was. You knew what type of man this was.
And then when they were like, we need you to break a little bit of crime.
Yes.
Break a little bit of laws.
Yes.
He was like, no.
Yes. And he was like, it's funny because there's an article that came out. It says, Pence confirms he took notes on Trump about overturning the election. Was taking notes, boy. Nigga was right there. Who said that? Okay, quote so and so and such and such. He got a.
It was like that scene in The Wire when he was taking minutes. And he's like, "You taking notes on a criminal organization?"
This is Pence's quote. He said, "From time to time, particularly at important moments, I had a practice of scribbling a note or two on my calendar. I generally didn't make it a practice of taking notes in meetings over the 4-year period, but given the momentous events that were unfolding, I did take a few notes to remind myself of what had been said." Oh, yeah, you know.
He was like, "Yo, these is Instagram captions."
And Jack Smith got them notes, you know what I'm saying?
That's What if that's the one that does like that?
Well, it's looking like it.
Everything.
It's looking like it also because of the judge.
Right.
Supposedly, it's a black woman judge that was nominated by Obama.
Right.
That is the judge that has this case. She already said, like, nah, we not having none of that. But Trump had a response.
Trump always has a response.
Trump's response was a little bit different this time.
This said, "If you come for me, I'm coming for you."
All caps.
Pause.
Did he say pause, brother?
He should have.
All caps. If you go after me, I'm coming after you! Exclamation point. And so, what did the prosecutor do? And again, we've never seen a person attack like the judges and the lawyers,
like the Joker and
that
Batman
are prosecuting them, like openly attack, calling Jack Smith maniacal and deranged, and his family's deranged, and they all had, like, we've never seen anything like it. But apparently Jack Smith took that as a threat, which you should. I mean, this is how a mafia don speaks, right? You go after me, I'm coming after you. So he already has it in court. Jack Smith already went to court. They said he's seeking a protective order, citing Trump's threat on Truth Social. Special counsel Jack Smith moved for a protective order in the criminal case against him. You know what I'm saying? And so again, it says prosecutors just proposed a protective order referencing Trump's Truth Social post early in the day, saying it clearly references other parties, participants in the case. And so again, right, this is the same thing. If you're Mike Pence and you got the notes, you know what I'm saying? Right. Like, and you're openly talking about this, they already built the gallows for your neck.
And I would say they have a reason to take this as like a legitimate threat.
Hey,
like you said,
if Mike Pence turned up, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, disappeared or dead.
They going straight to Trump.
Hey, yo, this would be crazy.
I mean, you had said Trump put out Obama's address.
He did.
Someone pulled up to the house with weapons.
With guns, yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
guns and ammo.
They stormed the Capitol over him. Like, they wanted to murder. They killed police officers.
They killed police officers.
Donald Trump.
Beat police with
the American flag.
Yes, flag. And ironically, it was police that were beating other police, which is kind of crazy.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
Trump is going to mess around and get a conspiracy charge because
I don't know how that's not part of him.
Yeah, it should have already been done.
What he's doing is people usually call like a pattern or practice, like when you're looking at how the police act. Every time he gets an indictment, he goes on his social media and makes these veiled threats, or these veiled commands,
or just outright threats.
What can be interpreted as instructions, whether it was the bat and the Manhattan prosecutor's head, all that type of stuff.
Right.
He is going to mess around and get a conspiracy charge, and when that one drops, bro, you were talking about Fed time, and you are not going to be able to go home.
But again, to me, Miracle, it's white privilege is the fact that he hasn't got that. At no point could we as black
He's not
people,
even in jail. He hasn't even been in handcuffs once.
78 felonies.
You want
no
grandpa in handcuffs?
Yes,
It's not
absolutely.
going to happen.
Yes.
Like-
Mugshot, handcuffs.
Perp walk,
Just like you
everything.
said. He is
Oh,
78
Georgia,
felonies.
listen, Georgia. Oh no, he's going to have to sit in jail for like 24 hours, and it's going to be a time.
Yes.
Because he technically is supposed to go to Fulton County Jail,
Yes.
which is like one of the most horrifically violent jails like in the country right now.
So does the
we-
Secret
could
Service
we-
go in there with him?
I don't really know. I think they
Like,
put
we
him.
talked about this this
No,
weekend.
no.
Could
I
we
think they just
send-
put him in a separate cell.
But like the Secret Service guarded, what, like check the food? Did they like? Are they?
they can't
sending-
do anything because
Can
he
we-
committed a crime.
Would it be possible to send
Probably kind of
grandpa
rotate
chairs
groups.
into that?
Let's go, shall we, to the front of the Guardian. Katie, take us away on this one. I mean, it is Greenpeace's view, of course, that the Prime Minister will go down in history for failing on the climate. But, you know, Greenpeace and Rishi Sunak have had a bit of a complicated relationship of late.
Yes, I think it's a mild way of putting it. And ultimately this is the latest twist in this tussle between Greenpeace and Downing Street. Now, Greenpeace ultimately pulled a stunt on the Prime Minister's home, not number 10, his private home in his constituency, where protesters went onto the building. And this, I think, is safe to say, appalled quite a lot of people, particularly in the Tory party. And as a result, ministers have stopped interacting with Greenpeace on many levels. Now, in this interview that The Guardian have done, figures in Greenpeace are talking almost of how surprised they are, ultimately suggesting that they don't think this matches the level of the stunt they did. They think this is an overreaction. And they make the point that, yes, they may have gone to the Prime Minister's personal residence, but they made sure he was on holiday before they did it. So therefore, it shouldn't receive this. I think if you are going to do something like this, which is clearly an attention-seeking stunt, there is going to be a reaction. Now, maybe they misunderstood it, or perhaps, you know, if Greenpeace have already decided that the government's position is not one it can agree to, both sides are getting something from this in how this is playing out, and the attention now for what Greenpeace is saying, which is effectively trashing the government's record on the environment.
What do you feel, Ian? Because I have to admit, you know, Will McCallum from Greenpeace says in this piece, locking us out is a way of denying civil servants a way of engaging with a civil society group that is desperately trying to make sure they're equipped to go into negotiation with the UN, for example, on deep sea mining or so on and so forth. But look, I mean, if Greenpeace were being genuinely that altruistic, what did they think the government would do after they decked out the Prime Minister's house in black cloth and sat on the roof? The fact he was not there, I wonder, it may well be neither here nor there.
I've got to say, it's quite hard to argue with that opinion. You're going to play two different roles. Right? Like, one of them, when you're an organisation like this, is you want to be advising civil servants, you want to be advising government, and most importantly, if we're realistic about it, is you're usually advising the opposition.
Of course.
Because the opposition don't have access to a civil service. They really need guys like you to come talk to try and bounce ideas off to get data from. The other one is that you're a sort of agitprop, you know, spectacular protest demonstration. It's quite hard to straddle that line. And I think they've got themselves in quite a funny position here. Everybody is making the decisions. The protest itself is fine, but you do have to recognise there are going to be consequences to that when you do it in terms of your ability to access civil service and ministers.
Yeah, and I also do think it's partly, currently, you have both parties in a way wanting to say, oh, we're not that green. We're a bit green, though. But also it's the fact that if you think in recent years, threats towards MPs, personal safety, I do think it just adds to this climate where people are taking these quite seriously. And yes, they might not be there, but it does suggest that perhaps people can get to the Prime Minister's private residence if they...
So this is not a shop that I use very often. But you can tell by the strength of the emotional reaction. I mean, so one of the sort of things that was said on your bulletin earlier was someone comparing it to Woolworths, of basically saying, look, this is somewhere that I clearly have some long-term affinity with and some sort of sense of warmth towards. The number of jobs, of course, is the more profound problem. Absolutely. And it stands at 12,500 in jeopardy. That there is, you know, it is perfectly possible that those jobs will remain. But for the time being, if you're one of them, this is going to be a very nervous couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think it's also... obviously, it's really worrying if you're an employee, but I think there's also, when the Woolworths comments, a touch of, you know, you go back to concerns about high streets, supposed to be centres of the community, and lots of these brands closing down, a pattern and what replaces it. And you had recently the government looking at relaxing rules, so it's easier to turn some of these shops into housing, which could be a good thing.
Could be fantastic.
But of course, also it means perhaps it's less of a community hub, which is what we traditionally saw high streets to say. So it feels, a bit of a change in what we probably perhaps are going to get from the high streets if these trends continue.
Guys, we will pause there for a second because coming up after the break, we'll be discussing whether holidaying in Belgium is as rubbish as the Daily Star makes it sound. We'll discuss that next. Clue, it's not, I promise you.
Content. Like, he was looked at as a good prosecutor, a good mayor. It's gone just to latch himself on to Donald Trump. And so it is wild to see everybody that has latched. And so that's the question of how many people will finally say, you know what? It ain't worth going to jail for.
We see
he's done. He's running out of money.
He's asking for refunds on $60 million donations.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is also another reason why these old geezers, man, we need term limits. We need age limits. You got Rudy Giuliani out here who's aged himself out. His mental state is probably not the best. Donald Trump clearly doesn't have all his mental capacities. Even Joe Biden doesn't have.
We can't say that for a fact.
Allegedly.
Whatever.
Allegedly.
But, and then
MAGA Muslim got to pop up some type of way.
How? I'll put them both in the same conversation.
But it is the fact that if you're allegedly, if you're eating McDonald's and popping the Adderall every day.
Who's doing that?
Donald Trump, supposedly. Allegedly. That's what Donald Trump is.
Nuts.
Who
McDonald's
knows?
and Adderall sounds crazy.
Biden is, and then I guess
Mitch McConnell freezing on camera, and then someone just pulled the plug on this.
Yeah, that was scary though. But again, Mitch McConnell, and I'm sure we've seen that video now where he just froze up. They carried him in the back, and
Did they actually carry him?
They've just carried him away, but it looked very nursing home-ish.
Yes, it did.
The way they escorted
had a stroke
him
or something.
Yeah, but he supposedly had maybe a couple weeks earlier, he had a traumatic head injury. He fell, and who knows why? I don't want to say old people, but I don't know how he fell. But in my mind, it's the medic alert bracelet lady. He fell down.
I can't get up.
He hit his head. He had a traumatic injury. Oh, he does?
He has some type of illness.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he had
He has some type of illness. And the reason we know this is he changed the laws in Kentucky.
Oh, wow.
And basically was if something happens to him and he dies, the governor no longer has the right to appoint him. It has to be somebody from a short list that the Kentucky GOP makes.
That's wild.
So he gets to pick his successor. It's not democratic. It's not the people. And so they can theoretically just give him one name, and the governor has to appoint that one person.
Well, so Mitch McConnell went back home after the traumatic brain injury, after he froze up on cameras. And then, just like you said, it started this conversation around because Dianne Feinstein also had to be told what to say, and she's 90, he's 81.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell trying to talk.
They booed him in Kentucky.
They booed him. Now they're shouting, retire.
His face is
freedom fighters and organizers in the global South, but in the South in general, and they've just been gerrymandered and they've just been restricted
active in my church. Faith is important to me.
My son played baseball since he was 3. I've closed a lot of deals sitting on the third baseline, sister.
When COVID came out, I was a total skeptic. I work out. I didn't take that vaccine when my husband did. Then I'm in excruciating pain. He took me to emergency. I said, can I please get vaccinated? She said, sorry, a little late for that.
We don't talk about lasting effects of COVID. It's been 65 days.
Still have myocarditis. Got to have another echocardiogram.
There is misinformation out there. This changed my thinking. Make your own choice. Make an educated one.
My echocardiogram showed my heart doing well. I'm cleared to take the vaccine.
We all want to be healthy.
The antidote for fear is thankfulness. I am thankful for this. I'm thankful.
I'm donating to Free Speech TV because I think it's really important to have media that is not supported by corporations.
We are giving to Free Speech TV on a monthly basis because we just are very concerned about the future of this country, and we need a reliable, truthful news source. I'm so grateful to Free Speech TV. Thank you.
Go to freespeech.org to donate now. Thank you.
Does the cartoonish debacle you just witnessed in Congress involving electing a Speaker of the House really matter? How would it show up at your house? And how does redistricting, lack of...
Hello, you're watching Sky News. I'm Nick Qureshi. Here are the headlines. A major disaster declared in Hawaii. Wildfires kill at least 53 people and devastate the island of Maui.
Explosions, we were hearing screams out of a horror movie. Yeah. You know, we didn't know. We were hearing people throwing up. We didn't know where they were. The smoke was just keep getting all black.
In Northern Ireland, an apology from the police chief and an admission dissidents may have names, addresses of thousands of officers.
They are officially astronauts. Welcome to space.
Completely surreal, an 80-year-old's account of his journey to the edge of space.
Elected the Speaker of the House.
Here, dozens of migrants are brought safely to shore, while more than 100,000 may have crossed the channel since 2018.
But to secure that
the plane makes an emergency landing on a major road in Gloucestershire, causing chaos for commuters.
Far
Harry Kane looking for his 30th Premier League goal of the season.
Plus, will he stay or will he go? The dilemma facing England captain Harry Kane.
There, because no one in history has ever done what Kevin McCarthy had to do to get the gavel, and that is...
Good morning, thanks for joining us. It's like a bomb went off. One account of the devastation wrought on the Hawaiian island of Maui after raging wildfires killed at least 53 people. Another survivor who had to rush into the ocean to escape the flames described it as a scene from a horror movie. President Biden has declared a major disaster in the state, which is 2,000 miles off the west coast of the on Tuesday, in the middle of tourist season, were fanned by
as flames fanned by a hurricane hundreds of miles away ripped through these streets.
And welcome to
Old wooden buildings were turned to rubble
in
a matter of minutes.
It's a great honor to be
Many
here with
were
you.
caught unaware.
Thank you. It is
36 people died here in their homes and cars. Emergency services unable to reach them. Some were trapped here at the harbour between the fast-moving flames on one side and the ocean on the other. Among them, neighbours Idris and Damon, who jumped into the water to escape.
We keep hearing explosions. We were hearing
first,
screams out of a horror movie.
Every vote matters.
We were hearing people throwing up. We didn't know where they were.
Worked in the election administration world and tried to improve the voting process for all for my entire career. And, when we look at 2022, and I just want to give a data point here on 2020, but also 2022, less than 50% of voters that are eligible to vote in this country participated in 2022's general election. So when you go, just going out to the grocery store or going through your daily life, think about that in terms of the numbers that you see. 1 in 2 people that you pass by on a daily basis did not know. And I think that is really the crux of what we're dealing with today. People have a low confidence in government and systems being responsive to their everyday needs. This has been a deterioration, if you will, of confidence and trust over a period of time. And there's many forces that have encouraged that lack of confidence and pushed lies and conspiracies that have led to it. And there's a number of other factors. There's sort of the voting process itself and your ability to vote and your ability to engage. But then there's also this goes all the way to redistricting and
do you feel like you weren't prepared for this?
The impacts of gerrymandering and many states have independent with her commissions that draw the lines for political boundaries and determine who is going to be your representative. And then there's other states that have made it a very partisan process, and that has resulted in about 90%, maybe even more, of those congressional seats are actually not competitive. And so when you factor all of those things
still not been restored in parts of Maui. In certain areas haven't yet been reached by search and rescue teams.
You sort of end up with
has been declared a disaster zone
of events
but those
that we frankly watched play out on our television screens, or you got the summary version because you were busy in your everyday
Northern
life
Ireland's
doing
police
your work
force
and
cut
taking care of
short
your
his
kids
holiday
and going to
to
school and all
admit that
those things,
sensitive
while
information
Congress had
about
15 votes
10,000 police officers
Speaker
may
over
now
many
be in the
days.
hands of
Yeah,
dissident
and the
Republicans.
challenging
Simon
part of
Byrne
that
said
is
he
when
was
you
deeply
start looking
sorry
at,
for the data
well, I'm
breach
too busy,
and that his
I can't do
officers were
this,
anxious,
or
frustrated,
this really
and
isn't
really,
an
really
issue for
angry.
me.
The wife
Congress
of one officer told Sky News her
the
worst
money,
fears had been confirmed.
right? If
As
you
our
start
senior
looking at
Ireland
all the money
correspondent
that
David
is doled
Blevins now
out,
reports.
whether it's government, whether it is indirectly,
he's a man
impacting
under
private
pressure.
sector,
The
it
chief
really
constable brought
impacts
alarming
everything.
news to
It
the
makes
policing board.
this country
Terrorists
go.
exploiting the data
Right?
breach
It makes this
to
country
threaten
go.
officers
and
and
so,
staff.
as we look
An
at
early worst-case
well,
scenario
okay, so that
we
happened.
have
It's
been
been
dealing with
164 years
is
or
that third
something to
parties
that degree
would attempt
where
to get
this has
this
never
data
happened.
to
But to
intimidate,
win over
corrupt,
critics and
or
to
indeed
win over
cause
those
harm to
who
our
were so
officers
far
and staff.
right, he had to concede
We are
a
now aware
lot, he being
that
McCarthy.
dissident
And now
Republicans
you got the
claim
moderates
to
in
be
the
in
Republican
possession
Party
of
saying,
some of this
hold up,
information
I think we gave
circulating
away
on
too
WhatsApp.
much.
The wife of
Where
a
does
police
this
officer told me it was her
stalemate kinda leave
worst
us where
fear. We're not
the
identifying
Republicans
her
only
for
having what, a
obvious
4 or 5
reasons.
vote
To
majority,
be honest,
and
hearing that the
Democrats,
information may be in
you
the
know,
hands of
all
terrorists,
in
it's really,
unison,
really
thank you,
concerning.
Lord.
It
Hopefully
takes the
that'll
element of
continue, but
fear
that's
and
just
anxiety
me.
to a whole
We
new
want to
level.
be able to
Do you
move
and your
this
family
thing
accept
along,
the apology from
right?
the chief constable?
Because it is the people's
Being
business.
completely
It's not
honest,
Republican or
not
Democrat.
really.
It's supposed to be
Mr.
the
Byrne
people's
did say
business.
today
So
that no one at this stage
where
has been
do
moved to a
we
new
go
home
from
or to a
here?
new location
Well,
or being
I think there's a number
redeployed.
of things, and
But
you're
that
exactly
doesn't
right. I
mean
mean,
that
it
it
is the
won't
people's
happen in the very
business.
near
And I
future.
think what has happened, at least in our
Dissident
politics,
Republicans
with the
still pursuing
divisiveness
Irish
and
unity by
the lies and
violent means
conspiracies
have
that have
killed
now
2 police
given
officers.
way to
300 were
that lack
murdered
of
during
trust
the
in the
Troubles.
process.
The
We
attempt
have a number of these politicians that, frankly, are only representing those people that voted for them, and they're making decisions and they're making choices based on just who gave them money, who supported them, who voted for them,
And while senior officers assess
who's in
who's
their
most at
clan,
risk,
if you will.
all police families
And
can do is
and
wait. David
I think
Blevins,
that
Sky News in
tribalism in the
Belfast.
politics, we saw play
That
out
makes this
on
morning they
national
journeyed
television,
to the edge of space, the first
and
tourists on
it
board a
isn't what
Virgin
people want.
Galactic
It's not what
spacecraft.
voters
The
want to see
unlikely
happen.
trio
Voters want
included a mother
things
and
to get
daughter
done that
who won the
improve
trip
their
in a
everyday
competition,
lives,
and an
and
80-year-old
we
British
need a
Olympian
functional
with
process in
Parkinson's
DC
who said the flight
to make that
exceeded his
happen. And
wildest
you
dreams. Here's our
contrast
science
with what we saw in
correspondent, Thomas.
Congress. And you look at, say, Pennsylvania is a good example.
For the newest
the story I read about.
tourists, this was
They have
ride of
within
their
a 2 or
lives.
3 vote margin.
Release,
in their
Launched
legislature.
from the Virgin
They chose a
Galactic
speaker
mothership
who
8
was a
miles
Democrat,
above the New
became an
Mexico
independent,
desert. They
and he's
streaked
going to be the
away in their
independent
space
speaker.
plane,
They've never had an
reaching
independent speaker before,
2,500
but they ended up
miles an hour.
compromising to get to
That's
the place so that they could
incredible.
govern and
I can
build
imagine
a
they're having
coalition
quite a
government
great
together.
time.
Just a
And
minute
so you
later,
see these
the
things play
engine
out in the
cut out,
States that are
and
far
they were
different
weightless,
from what we saw
floating
play out in Washington,
55
D.C.
miles above
of the Earth.
And I think it's
they
going
are
to take
officially
that kind of thing.
astronauts.
You look at
Welcome
the
to
individuals
space.
who
British Olympian
not
John
only,
Goodwin bought his
were
ticket
successful this
18
time
years
around.
ago
I know
for a little under
in many states they are seeing a woman
£200,000.
majority.
Just the second person with
Think
Parkinson's
some of
disease to
those
go to
things
space.
are going to
He said
hold
it was
sway
well
and
worth
make
the
the
money.
difference this time around, as opposed to people saying, well, they promised they wouldn't do this, and then they do just that. Right? So the trust is eroded because, quite frankly, so many lies have been told. It's tribalism, as in, I am going to put party before country. All the things that our forefathers never really thought of, right? That are now coming to pass. And so I think as they talk about the Constitution being a living,
also on board were a mum and daughter from Antigua, winners of a prize draw that aims to open up space to those who aren't super rich. It will change their lives.
Because
we have to go beyond our fears. We have so much big dreams. A lot of times we're afraid to even voice it.
We are, exactly.
It's
and
too
you know,
big, and
there's so many different variables and impacts that are sort of
it is okay to dream
having
big.
an influence on what we're seeing today. And a couple of those things. I mean, you know, before, you know, a decade ago, we did not have social media in everybody's lives as we do now. So we have much more access to information and communication than we ever did. That's a good thing in theory. But for folks that want to pass on conspiracies or lies or states, and they don't associate, so they don't show up to the party meetings, so they get their information in different ways and make decisions in
clear
different ways.
skies and calmer
our
seas
politics
after
that we
days
see
of
happen in
choppy
Washington,
conditions.
D.C., and even in most states
The
around
light
the country,
aircraft has
have
made
not
an emergency
responded to
landing
those
on a
significant
busy road near
trends
Gloucester.
in terms
The
of what
aircraft was
voters are
forced to land
choosing.
on the
I use
A40
the phrase
between
voters.
Gloucester and Cheltenham. The road was shut in both directions. It's understood no one was injured and no other vehicles were involved. Halifax has become the latest lender to cut mortgage rates in a move which will ease pressure on homeowners. The bank is reducing its 5-year fixed rate by around 0.7%. First Director has also announced it's cutting rates across more than 20 of its 2-, 5- and 10-year deals. Ecuador has declared a state of emergency after a gunman shot and killed presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio at a political rally. The former journalist who had been outspoken about alleged links between organised crime and politics. 6 people have been arrested. Junior doctors in England will walk out again today after new data showed that waiting times for elective surgeries have risen once again to a new record high. Well, that waiting list in England increased to 7.6 million by the end of June. Of those, over 380,000 people had been waiting more than a year, while almost 835,000 operations and appointments have been cancelled since health workers started striking in December last year, with one chief executive telling Sky News his hospital couldn't significantly reduce the backlog if the pay dispute isn't settled.
Wait, now, particularly with the industrial action taking place. So I was very lucky, really. There's a cancellation and I got in.
The waiting list for elective surgery is now longer than ever, at 7.6 million. And that can be demoralising for those trying to get on top of it.
It's very disheartening. Over the last year plus, we haven't really been able to make any inroads into our elective waiting list as such. There are lots of contributing factors, you know. I think the patients that we face who need urgent surgery is growing.
During strike days, hospitals like this must prioritise emergencies over planned care.
The elective waiting list is the biggest casualty during any industrial action, with tens of thousands of routine operations and procedures being cancelled or delayed. But that's not the only disruption. It's August now, and this hospital should be getting ready for what will be another extremely busy winter.
And it is possible that these strikes will continue way past summer.
This is a time when we know that waiting lists are at the biggest level anyway, as we've come out of the pandemic. Continuously driving to bring those waiting times down, but actually this is having a big effect on how quickly we can bring those waiting lists down. So every time there's a strike, we're cancelling more operations because we can't utilise our theatres and our outpatient clinics, so the waiting lists don't go down as fast as we want them to.
Hi Nigel, I'll give you some water.
Thank you.
Nigel knows he's fortunate to have been seen so quickly, because many thousands of waiting patients won't be. Ashish Joshi, Sky News at Coventry Hospital.
It was once Britain's wonkiest pub, that was, until it was sold to developers, then destroyed in a fire, being treated as arson. Those who drank and worked at the Crooked House in Himley in the West Midlands are now joining the region's mayor to demand it be rebuilt brick by brick, as Becky Johnson reports.
It's a simple demand from people who can't understand why anyone would do this to such an iconic pub. Known for being the wonkiest pub in Britain, the Crooked House had stood here in Himley near Dudley for 260 years. Now this is all that's left.
Angry, really angry. Yeah. They've took away something that means a lot to people.
It's a shame, it really is. It's upsetting, it's sad. I've had many happier time here, actually.
Well, my father passed away like 2 years ago, and I can remember him bringing me down here when I was younger, so obviously I've just seen it like this, and it's just heartbreaking.
Its famous sloping structure was the result of subsidence caused by nearby mining. It was well known for this trick, marbles appearing to roll up the bar. The pub was sold by Marston's at the end of July. Then on Saturday, a fire engulfed the building. Police are now treating it as arson. Mounds of earth blocked the road, meaning firefighters struggled to reach it. Then on Monday, it was demolished in what could be a breach of the law. The most recent landlord says someone must be held accountable.
It's just bewildered me why anybody would want to do that to anywhere, let alone a building that's so iconic. And so well known worldwide.
The new owners of the pub are lettings and real estate firm ATE Farms, who also own land adjacent to the site. The director is listed as Carly Taylor. When we visited the registered address in Leicestershire, there was no reply. Back in Himley, locals are calling for the pub to be rebuilt, a campaign backed by Amanda, who worked in the kitchen here for 10 years.
We'd like it to be rebuilt, and somebody needs to pay for what they've done.
By force to restore democracy in Niger after last month's coup. Western officials say the military junta has now threatened to kill the deposed president if neighbouring countries take military action. The cost of a Disney Plus subscription is going up from November, with the basic ad-free plan increasing from £7.99 to £10.99 a month. The move forms part of plans to make the streaming service profitable, which also includes a crackdown on password sharing. The retailer Wilko has collapsed into administration after failing to secure a rescue deal. More than 12,000 jobs are now at risk. Our business correspondent Paul Kelso has the story.
Wilko has been in business for more than 90 years, but now the discount retailer that caters to the cost-conscious has been squeezed into administration itself, leaving 12,500 workers on the brink.
A throw, or plants, or cat food, anything. It's just a fabulous shop.
All these people, see the same people in here. What are they going to do? What jobs are they going to find now? So it's going to be tough for them.
It's really convenient for me and really handy, and the fact you can take your dog in.
Being pet friendly wasn't enough to protect Wilko from rising costs and falling revenue. Its third chief executive in as many years telling staff, "We left no stone unturned when it came to preserving this incredible business, but must concede that, with regret, we've no choice but to take the difficult decision to enter administration." Wilko has borrowed tens of millions of pounds and sold assets to try and manage a debt burden that left it vulnerable to declining trade and has ultimately caused its collapse. Administrators say that for now, these 400 sites will continue to trade and 12,500 staff will get paid as normal while they try and find a buyer. The family-owned business paid a £3 million dividend to its shareholders last year, despite a £36 million loss, leaving unions blaming management.
A lot of our members have worked for this company for years, if not decades. They've given their life to it. It's where their friends work. And quite frankly, they're absolutely devastated. I think for us as a union, we're both devastated and angry. This was completely avoidable. This is a result of bad decisions being made. And as a result, a perfectly viable business is on the brink.
The cost of living crisis might have been an opportunity, but while discount competitors like B&M thrived, a former store manager who left last week said Wilko struggled.
Certainly in the last 6 months, it's got very frustrating for customers coming in for the regular basic products that they would be expecting us to have on our shelves, and we were just not getting them in. We knew they had cash flow issues and supply issues, lots of other external factors that were often being blamed, but I think we all knew they had supply and cash issues.
The latest search for a buyer begins with a warning. Should it fail, every Wilko shop and every job is in danger. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
And yet, a lot of those unaffiliated voters still can't participate in those elections. So we've got to make sure that everyone is fully enfranchised to participate as well.
What will happen to Harry Kane?
Valid points, especially when you start talking about how many people have changed their affiliation to that of independent. But let me just ask you something before I let you go today, because it is still very important. And you talked about this, the redistricting, and really what you were saying, a lot of these books have been cooked. Gerrymandering has taken place, and you're right, the legislation to combat that. Some states have been more successful than others. I know Colorado is one of those. I know that you are heavily involved in that, and I'm thankful, but it's important because regardless of who you're voting for,
I'm Hannah Thomas-Peter, and I'm Sky's climate change correspondent.
Should be equal across the board. It should not be harder for one group to vote more so than another group. It should be equal across the board. Talk a little bit about
It's part of the Congo Basin rainforest, which is such an important ecosystem. It's known as the lungs of Africa.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. She doesn't really enjoy speaking to the press, and it wasn't clear right up until the last moment that she was going to sit down with me.
I might be just very naive, but I do believe that change is possible, otherwise we wouldn't be climate activists.
I'm confident for the last 30 years we have known how bad it is. I'm not here to apologize, I'm here to fight for the next step.
You can see just the piles and piles of stuff, these sofas and people's desks and children's books, and you can see inside this home here people trying to sort out their home. It's just been devastating.
I think everything's at stake. The future of our planet, the future of the beauty around us, the future of you and me.
Hello, welcome back. Let's get the latest sport for you now. Here is Rob.
This sports bulletin is brought to you by Vitality Insurance.
Onside, eh? But if we look round the back, offside.
And that's not just in the state of Colorado, that's everywhere. And the thing that's cool about Colorado, Michigan did this too, but the states that have led on in the passage of independent redistricting commissions, they've actually done it through citizens' initiative. So California passed it through a citizens' initiative, Colorado did, Michigan did. And so part of that was the legislatures in those states did not act and didn't change it themselves. So the citizens said, we want an independent redistricting commission. So I think this is definitely something we need to see far more reform on before the next census comes around, to make sure that people are fairly represented, because that's really ultimately what they want.
That's exactly right. Well, I cannot thank you enough. And I really wanted to just drill it down. And I know when we spoke about this, you know, I said, I want people to understand, even Social Security checks, guess what? All of that is impacted if there is no
Paris Saint-Germain, he won't leave the club under any circumstances this summer. He rejected a move to Saudi Arabia last month. PSG say Mbappe will be frozen out and not play until his deal expires next summer. West Ham have made their first signing on the eve of the new Premier League season. Mexican midfielder Edson Alvarez Rosenberg in their first leg in Norway. A late header from Lawrence Shanklin gave them hopes of turning things around at Tynecastle in the second leg next week.
but you know.
It was yet another golden day for Great Britain's Dame Sarah Story at the Cycling World Championship. Story won gold in the C5 individual time trial in Dumfries, comfortably faster than her rivals over the 17-mile course. The 45-year-old now has an extraordinary 42 world titles. Elsewhere, GB's Frances Brown took gold in the women's C1 road para.
McReynolds, and you heard me earlier where I said actually, well, who is she? She is an election official, former election official, I should say, but she's worked on so many initiatives that impact not just Colorado, Georgia, Alaska, DC. I mean, she has been at those tables because it is extremely important not only to have women there, but to have qualified women there who can move that needle and make the difference. Being a consultant, and then if you have not gotten her book, When Women Vote, get it. There's a part 2 that's coming, but get this one. Very, very good. So this was my first show as your host of Just Solutions, and I am thrilled to be here. I will continue to listen to you, and I want you, in turn, to listen to me. I want you to influence me. Right? As we take this journey into what is next, because everything that you were dealing with today is about politics. And it is all about not just surviving, but thriving as we go into 2023. So with that, I will say thank you and have a good day. I'm Gloria Neal. This is Just Solutions.
The passion not of no, but the passion of yes, of putting positive, transformative ideas on the table.
I'm donating to Free Speech TV because I think it's really important to have media that is not supported by corporations.
We are giving to Free Speech TV on a monthly basis because we just are very concerned about the future of this country, and we need a reliable, truthful news source. I'm so grateful to Free Speech TV. Thank you.
Go to freespeech.org to donate now. Thank you.
Coming up on this special edition of the ICT Newscast, artists and rappers Mike Jordan and Jessica Calderon share their work protecting Native youth. Fashion is front and center in Southern California, and a stand-up comedian uses his community as inspiration. I'm Aaliyah Chavez. Join us for these stories on the ICT Newscast.
This program is made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, a private corporation funded by the American people.
Arizona State University welcomes 3,500 indigenous students from Arizona and across the nation. It serves one of the largest populations of indigenous students among U.S. colleges and universities. We created a sense of place for tribal nations to create futures of their own making through community outreach and research, taught by world-class indigenous faculty where they see a reflection of themselves and their experiences. Find community at ASU.
Thank you for joining us for this special edition of the ICT Newscast. We start today in Southern California, where Indigenous fashion was front and center at the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians Yamava Resort and Casino. ICT's Paris Wise worked in partnership with FNX to recap the casino's first ever Fashion Days event.
The two-day Yamava Fashion Days event held poolside runway shows that featured Indigenous designers, including Section 35, Orlando Dugai, Jennifer Younger, and Jamie Okuma.
Vogue contributor and writer Christian Allaire led a panel discussion with San Manuel tribal members, prey actress Amber Midthunder, and designer Jamie Okuma.
I'm going to go back to Jamie and Amber because I feel like you guys are both really sort of trailblazing in fields that hasn't in the past been very welcoming to Indigenous people, I will say. You know, Hollywood and mainstream fashion, you know, has long, I think, ignored our culture, but are finally sort of waking up to the beauty of it.
I sat down with Chris to get his thoughts on the current state of Native fashion.
Well, the Native fashion scene has kind of exploded in the past 5 years. It's something I've been covering for about 5 years, and the amount of growth I've seen is crazy because now, you know, you can find Native designers in virtually every category, whether it be swimwear, makeup, formal wear, streetwear. It's really expanded to just about every category, and I think that's really inspiring to see how people keep channeling their culture into unexpected mediums. So I just hope that continues, really. I think events like this are important because just Indigenous people haven't given platforms to show their work, especially designers in the mainstream fashion world. So an event like this really allows them to show their beautiful work and to highlight what they're doing, which is so interesting, taking traditional clothing and doing it in a modern way. We need to see more of that out in the fashion world.
While Native fashion is rapidly growing in more mainstream spaces, this event helped in creating even more opportunities for designers to share their work.
It's the first time I'm actually showing larger pieces that are handmade by me, like solo on the runway. I've had a few opportunities in the past to accessorize other designers with their work, with their, you know, clothing designs. So this is really exciting to have my first big solo show. A lot of what I do, I'm kind of taking traditional elements and trying to make them contemporary. So I feel like each piece has a story, and I hope that what really comes across is like kind of something that is empowering and makes the woman or wearer feel strong. And I have a couple of pieces that are what we call like a tana, a copper shield. And I've kind of made them into these big chest, you know, wearable art pieces. And to me, they represent like strength, empowerment, protection.
The runway is a special place for designers and has been for artists who can now reflect on their careers and the lessons along the way.
When I see my work on the runway, it definitely inspires me. I find myself sometimes it's surreal, but I've learned to embrace the runway, and I think there's a lot of creative freedom that comes with the runway, and it also it inspires me, and it helps me kind of, you know, think forward in my design and what's coming next, and it helps me kind of build you know, concepts for collections and stuff like that. So yeah, I get a lot out of it, you know, and I didn't see myself doing runway when I first started, and I never, you know, thought I would be doing it, but here I am, and yeah, I've learned to embrace it a lot.
Oh gosh, I've been doing this for 12 years now, going on 12 years. And I just progressed slowly. I'm self-taught, and I just do what I feel like I want to do. I don't know how else to explain it, but the basis of my design is based on my upbringing, my cultural background, and it really just speaks to elegance and beauty in a very intricate way within our ceremonies. And so I sort of create and design things sort of based on that. I think I'm able to tell a story without literally taking a motif from a story or a traditional way of doing something and putting it onto a garment. Rather, I take it apart and put it back together in my own way with just really intricate beading and embroidery. A lot of people told me that
I would get really frustrated. And it's funny, my mom told me, my grandma, her mother, did the same thing because we knew they were artists. She went to her when she would get frustrated to help me draw this, and she's like, no, you need to figure it out. I went through the same thing, and I specifically remember this one time I was so frustrated because I couldn't get it right, and she was like, I can show you how I do it, but it's not like, you need to work it out. And which is great, like it forces you to learn and not have something done for you. Our people do it the best, I feel, because we know what we have. And it's so amazing bringing more awareness, and then we can step into the little nuances.